some sound now. Let's do some testing. What do we got here? Testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I need to see if it's lagging or if it's disrupted. Oh wait, I was muted that whole time. Damn. Can I borrow 300k? No, you cannot. I don't have 300k to give you. There's the top chat. There we go. Alright. Everybody see? Good? Could be good. Alright. Well, we're back at it again with Ace Attorney. It's been a while. It's about time I got back to investing my time into this game. It's been many months, almost like a year, since I played this game seriously, and I have wanted to play it. I've wanted to play it over, like, much more frequently, much more recently, but I haven't been able to because of moving. Now it's probably a better time than ever. Alright, I gotta investigate these things. Can't wait for me to back to doing all the job for everyone in this justice system. I'll have to go somewhere else now. Did I mess up? Oh, there we go. Okay, that was an alarm clock. It's kind of wild. transceiver starts acting up in this room. I gotta find a way to trigger that radio. I don't really know what I'm doing here. I mean, I sort of know what I'm doing. I have to present this information to her, but I'm running out of pieces of evidence. If none of this works, I'm just gonna take the radio transceiver to someone else who can talk about it. Probably to a police member. Most likely just gonna be given to, Gumshoe. Although I don't know if Gumshoe's entirely reliable. Alright, I have presented every single piece of evidence to her. The Viola Hall. What's Gumshoe? There he is. Check something. There we go. Electromagnetic interference. Oh boy. Hello, Templars Eden. I think you're new here. Welcome to the channel. Trying to pick up with some Ace Attorney because I left this game on the back burner and did not do anything to finish it. And I stopped in the middle of one of the craziest cases. I think it's the last case of Justice for All. I don't know. I feel like that'll put Maya in danger. Actually, wait, no. I think at this point, she already found a way to escape from the kidnapper. But Phoenix doesn't know that. Well, I guess I gotta meet him back here then. The Viola room. Viola Hall. Hotel, hallway, and then we'll go to the Corda room. Oh boy. Gumshoe is reliable as ever. Hello, Argosax. Edits. How's it going? I don't know if I trust you, Gumshoe. This seems like a very unreliable device, since it was made when you were a child. But I suppose it is all we have. I mean, if it's going to beep at anything that has electromagnetic waves, then that should pretty much trigger on whatever, because there's not really anything in this room that would be giving that off. I mean, the only devices that are really producing any sort of electricity, aside from the lamps here, are maybe, like, that cell phone and that TV over there. Oh my goodness. This might be the only game where I can actually appreciate screen shakes. Not the lamps or the devices. Yeah, I think I've hit everything in this room. At least on the right side. Yeah, it's not giving me... Not giving me the proper signals. There we go. I think I found it. Oh, well, finally. Oh boy. The plot thickens. Camera, a transmitter, and a time. Stream is mega delayed. Alright, let's talk to Gumshoe. Let's see what he has to say about the camera. Trying to remember what level of technology we're dealing with here. Because I believe these games were produced late 90s, early 2000s. Early to mid 2000s. So most of the technology we'd be dealing with would be VCR and like camcorders. Alright. Can you guys hear me consistently? Or am I cutting out? We're having some kind of disruption. I need to know if the audio quality is actually solid. I checked it earlier, and it seemed fine, but I need an actual person that's watching the stream to tell me if it's really, really bad. It was probably put there on purpose. Oh, it's Edgewares. Finally. Wait, if this bear was like a... Hold up. If this is indeed a luxury brand bear that can only be bought from like overseas, it's gonna be incredibly easy to figure out where that comes from. It all comes down to this. I really gotta be doing everyone's job in this world. Probably the guy I'm being asked to represent. I mean, if Matt Ingard was the client, that would explain why the killer's trying to protect him. Actually, if he said he didn't kill Matt Ingard, or he didn't kill Ingard, but like, he hired someone else to do it, technically he wouldn't be lying. Hold on, wait, what was his answer directly? I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrado. Yeah, no, technically he could have completely been involved, though I assumed he was from the very beginning. Oh, that's funny. You feel angry. Feel the need to direct all your anger at this unsophisticated lawyer. Bro. kind of dramatic. I'm gonna say... Alright, now we got the Psylocks. Finally! We're about to get around to some business. Okay, there we go. Oh, he actually has a different quote this time. Been a while since I spoke to you and Zim. I don't really remember someone with your name, so you're gonna have to remind me who you are. Alright. I'll break this Psylocke finally. Gossip Land. No, I don't think that tablet works. Is audio having hiccups or is it just me? Yeah, well, see, that's what I was trying to ask you guys, was whether or not the audio was messing up. And nobody said anything. You're all like, oh, well, I'm gonna watch a stream that has audio hiccups. Somebody needs to tell me. You're the guy who lives up to your name? I that's being kind of like vague. I have a lot of people who've seen the content that I've done with them, so I really don't know who you are because I don't recognize your name. Photo of Juan Greta's murder scene. Hang on, that can't be something that I was going to show him that night. If it's something that he had to pay close attention to during the night that guy was murdered. Let's see. No. Probably... This wasn't the correct information, was it? Every time you spoke reason to raise, you always mingled our mind. I only just came into the stream. Yeah, Ghoul, you're the only one that was following the instructions, apparently. My name was Chaos. Ah. I see. I think I remember that name now. Okay, can this guy give me the information that I want? No, he's not gonna. Hold up. Well, it seems we are not getting the information that I need. At this point, I'm just throwing random pieces of evidence at him. Wait, hold up. I seem to be running out of opportunities to talk to this guy. The pressure is definitely getting broken. Hang on. I have like nothing really. I gotta back off. Let's see if I can. I talked to Andrews. I think I have more that I can use to convince Andrews. Okay, so she has one Psylocke. Alright. That's doable. Okay, I gotta explain the relationship between Matt and Celeste. It seems I'm gonna have to go get more information and evidence. I have one piece of information that I'm missing. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do here exactly. I'm missing the one piece of evidence, which is linking Matt to Celeste. I need to find something that implicates him in her suicide. Because if I can implicate him in it, if I can implicate Matt Beauregard into Celeste's suicide, I can then get Andrews to confess as to why she was involved in Juan's murder and why she wants to frame him. But I don't have that missing piece of evidence, and I have like 5 Psylocks I gotta get through. Actually, hang on. How did this guy get roped into this? Maybe the suicide note information doesn't have anything to do with Juan. Oh, great, we gotta move. The plot calls. They just gave me a spy camera? What the heck? Bro, shouldn't that be submitted into the court record? Why are you giving that to the defense? I'm not allowed to handle this. This is evidence. Mishandling of evidence charge right there. It's crazy.
Oh wait, I pressed the wrong button. Is it weird that you put the camera inside the... Damn it! Okay, this is so stupid. I keep pressing the wrong button. Alright. Where's the proof that he put him inside of the camera? I need the receipt. There we go. Okay, damn it. Then you hid this camera in Mr. Corrida's room and filmed it in secret is... Hello, Sparta. My days are going fine. Well, except for the fact that this guy is a little weasel and won't give me my information. I'm just trying to accuse him of murder. Why can't he cooperate? I don't know what I would be able to present to him that would make him admit why he put a camera in his greatest rival's room. I mean, the spy camera, the stuffed bear, and... That doesn't... Oh, I'm out. Yeah, I ran out of tries, because apparently you cannot ask over and over again. If I ask any more questions, my soul will shatter? Alright, well... Damn. But hang on, I got an idea. I'll load up the previous thing. Then I'll move to a different area. Nope, that's not working. So Sparta, you ready for another episode of 1,000 Year Blood War Arc? Because I sure am. I was enjoying it. It's not happening today, though. It'll be tomorrow. Well, I guess it would technically be tomorrow for you. Or today for you, because you're like 12 hours ahead or something. Yeah, I don't really know if I have the information I need to confront him. I think I have to confront him first, because I can get at least 3 of those Psylocks off. Yeah, I am. Speaking of, there's been a leak synopsis of footage on the last episode of on the next episode, 1,000 Year Blood War Gold. This is gonna sound like an insane episode. I mean, it was gonna get crazy after the first 4 because the first 4 covers what we already know. Like we've already covered the Gerard fight and the Asken fight for the most part, and tidbits of Yuha versus Ichigo and Orihime, and then Uryu versus Hashwalt. So I imagine at this point they're not gonna give us major scenes from those fights, at least not immediately. They're probably gonna move on to something else. Well, actually, no, they probably would, because I believe the next thing that happens in sequence is that after Ichigo awakens the Horn of Salvation, and he blasts him with the he blasts Yuha with the Getsuga Tensho infused with the Sero. The next thing that occurs is that after he gets hit by it, Yuha compliments him and says, like, the damage that you inflicted was, like, significant. It is a wondrous, incredible power, and it is exactly why I must always be on guard. And then he activates the Almighty, but he only does that because at that point it's become morning. But see, if that happens, if they do that during the next episode, then there's going to be a time skip. Because it's still nightfall when Uryu is fighting Hashwalt. Or at least it should be. Who is messaging me? Alright, grab that. It is nightfall still. Do you know for a fact that it's Sparta? The new leaks mentioned. You don't have to talk about anything in the leaks, and I prefer if you didn't. But do you know for a fact if the leaks mentioned if it's still nightfall during the 5th episode?
And if so, can you confirm that it's still nightfall, or if daybreak has happened? Because if it's still nightfall, we're not gonna see the Almighty. Like, Kubo's not gonna change that. He made it very, very clear that, like, even though Yu-Hawk can wake up, that during the nighttime, he specifically made a deal with Hoshwall to swap his powers, and he's not gonna. No, no, it's not daybreak, or like no. There's been word on that. So you're saying there's a chance it could be daybreak? There's been no word on that. Okay. Alright. Well, so, for the record, if it is nightfall during the episode, you are not going to see the Almighty. If we get the scene with light coming into the doorway where Uryu has fought Hoshwalt, and Uryu is basically badly damaged, then you are going to see the Almighty during that episode. I mean, it's going to happen one way or another. It's just, like, it is guaranteed to occur because that is what happens in the story. The question is more so, like, how many episodes is it going to take until he brings out the Almighty? Let me skip this guy's thing. I already finished these. Here's the proof that it was you who put that camera inside there. Alright, now. Actually, wait a minute. Do I have the suicide note? No, I don't. Hello, Argus X86. Yeah, we're trying to figure out whether this madman is guilty, which I'm fairly certain he is. Yeah, this is, I'm on Farewell Turnabout, which is the last episode of, Farewell My Turnabout. Okay, according to this playthrough, I'm about halfway through. Which is weird, because I thought it'd be more. How goes it for you, Mango? It's doing alright. If this thing doesn't pan out all that well, I'm just gonna play some, Mass Effect. And then after I do that, I'll probably do some Space Marine. Okay, there we go.
What piece of information did he put in there? Oh, I know. Alright, what's that one? There we go. Right, guys, we got him. We got him on the ropes. He's guilty. What in the world? What am I? Okay, the stream's delayed, so you guys aren't gonna know immediately, but you'll see it in a sec. All right, because someone please explain to me what happened to this man. Did he just have a personality swap? Where did that enormous glass of wine come from? What happened? Damn, this man looks evil. I know, bro. He's like, I'm gonna slick back my hair. He broke the rest of his own psycho locks. Revealed a giant scar and then pulled out some random glass of wine and is like, oh, hello. Looks like a wonderful day to kick a puppy or something. Well, to be fair, fortunately, I did not have to look up any information except for that last one, but I would have figured it out by presenting enough evidence to him anyway. It's just, the thing is that if you check the court record, there's too many pieces of evidence here. So, considering I would have detracted 2 points for each piece of evidence, and I only have 8 points of life, I would have had to redo it multiple times to get the information I needed. Oh, so that's why he kept the camera in there. It was to blackmail the killer that he hired. So the killer goes out of his way. That's why the killer called Phoenix and told him you have to get a guilty verdict. Or not a guilty verdict, you have to get Matt Enguarde off. You have to basically get a not guilty verdict. The assassin's not doing it to protect his client. He's doing it because Matt is going to blackmail him. I see.
I mean, clearly they didn't fall for it because I was investigating. And also, I always thought you were suspicious. I never thought you were innocent. I mean, Maya's already escaped at this point, so... Oh yeah, I think when he leaves the prosecutorial office after the events of the first game, that is when the Ace Attorney spin-off takes place. The one involving the investigation cases, because that's what Edgeworth is doing between the events of the first and the second game. I don't know. I don't feel like a lawyer has a duty to represent someone if they know they're guilty of an action. And they probably should refuse to represent them. Maybe give them a refund, sure, but like... I think the real issue is an action of duress here.
We're just gonna get there. We're gonna find out he's not even there. I was gonna say, there's enough evidence in this room to convict someone. Oh wait, no, this isn't the area that I'm looking for. Okay. Here we go, the wine cellar. Okay, she left a message. Good. Let's see. All right. Activate her Psylocke and break it. Oh yeah, hold up.
Do we actually even know if she killed herself at this point? Because it seems more like Matt killed her. I mean, she's basically a victim in this. She's not even like the criminal. Matt is the psycho. Dude's got a literal alter ego trapped in there. Alright, it's time to finish this case. To wrap this up. And wrap up this game too, because I believe this is the last case. Oh, is he having a dream again? Yeah, this is definitely a dream. Man, he's saying the quiet part out loud. Alright. I have to make the trial last longer.
Alright, here we go. Moment of truth. The fucked up part about this is that technically Edgeworth is right. He is completely correct. Alright. What does Willpower's gotta say? Alright, he went to Matt's room. That finger waving is really just ridiculous. What an unreliable witness. Okay, that was not the right time to object. Hmm. I don't have any direct evidence that contradicts what Will Powers has to say. Hmm. This is rather not optimal. Hmm.
I see what I have to do. I have to press them in a specific order. Yeah, I was gonna say, a tip can be very suspicious if it was a large amount. A fat roll of cat? Yeah, that ain't a tip at that point. Yeah, that's gotta be somewhere in the neighborhood of hundreds to thousands of dollars. Payment for services rendered. Oh boy. Hang on, I need some food. I'll be right back.
Alright, guys. We're back. And I've got some food, finally. I can actually sit here and figure out how we're gonna deal with Shelly the Killer and my crazy client is responsible for authorizing the murder of Juan Rita. One Juan Rita. Hello, Pimp Demon. How you doing? I'm good, how are you? I'm doing fine. Just trying to solve a murder. You know, typical lawyer behavior. Well, specifically when the justice system fails to do its job. Which is apparently all the time in this world.
think there's new pieces of information here.
Objection!
What is this whataboutism? Every lawyer needs a cat, so meow. I don't know if that's entirely true, but there is a cat in this episode. Oh, that line of reasoning. I mean, we're really trying to drag this on. Of course it is, I'm a cat, so I'm right and you're wrong. Yeah. Gave something to someone inside of the room. Alright, let me see. Okay, so it's going to take me multiple presses to get through this statement. Because I have to ask about the person, I have to ask about the room, or the something. There's so much information I need to grab. I'm not going to drag this trial out as long as possible. Do I have a statue of some kind? I mean, there's the figurine, but I don't know if that's actually... Oh, I guess, yeah. Oh, never mind. Hmm. Well, I need to take this trash out while they're discussing who murdered whom. Problem I have here is that, like, how are the police going to find the killer? Because Shelly the Killer is very much like a professional assassin. He presumably would have had like a safe house, or at least multiple areas of Avenue and like different locations that he could have escaped to flee the police. I mean, he's been a professional killer for years. It'd be kind of strange for him to just like slip up right now. I mean, of course, he's never had to deal with Phoenix Wright, but I don't know if that really matters on Hello Retro. Because, like, if the point of this case is for me to drag out the case as long as humanly possible to buy enough time so that the police can get him, they would have to have a lead as to where he was in the first place. They don't even know what he looks like directly, so he can always disappear. They don't have any bank records or any paper trail they can use. Sun dishes are coming back again? Oh boy. Hang on one sec. How about now? Is this better? I've stopped moving around. Should be better. How's sound looking, guys? Anything? Because I've kept it like this for the entire stream, and it has mostly been fine, even though it's been cutting in and out. But I've been trying to talk as much as possible, so you can at least sort of hear me. Actually, let me do a sound test real quick. That's okay, but jittery. Yeah, I figured it'd be jittery. Mangler, quick question, Halo question. What are the Flood's most dangerous abilities? Probably, like, if you want the names for their abilities, I think the only one that they have named is probably the Logic Plague. But yeah, like, just basically that, their neurophysical control abilities, where they can basically tap into the consciousness
of the universe itself, and then force the universe and compel the universe to change the laws that govern it, so that the Flood can basically do whatever they want. A good example of this is that they change the laws of like space, time, gravity, and inertia, so that they can pull in and open up portals to slip space and pull slip space matter out of slip space itself, turn it into a physical, tangible form, and then connect it from the slip space dimension to a star or to a planet, creating star roads. When physically speaking, that is impossible to do, because slip space matter will just obliterate any physical matter that it touches, but because the Flood at that state controls reality, they can just dictate how that object interacts with other physical objects. They can also make it impossible for like planets or stars to actually destroy anything, any object of significant mass, because you can't actually physically attach something to a planet like that. Not something that's of comparable mass or higher. It will just result in that object either being destroyed or repelled, because that's typically one of the laws of like gravity and inertia, is that it basically will just bounce it off. But the Flood have rewrote physics to such an extent when they use star roads that they could just attach the star road like a bunch of bungee gum to a planet. That's actually what they did over Path Cathona, which was their main galaxy. They attached giant star roads from different solar systems, and they would literally walk on these roads from like planet to planet. Well, I say walk, it was more like running like really quickly. Logic Plague is probably their deadliest ability after that, because they can basically control your consciousness, or the root neutrinians in the universe, which is essentially the core nucleus of like a neutron. It's basically the component in Halo that allows subatomic particles and neutrons, protons, electrons. It's what allows those particles to basically build the basis of consciousness, and they control that core component and fundamental component of consciousness in the physical universe. And that is what leads to most organisms developing the abilities for like a higher nervous system and stuff. So as long as those neutrinians exist, and they tap into those, they can basically use the Logic Plague once they become evolved enough to effectively change and alter the mental state and the cognitive abilities of like living organisms, and they can also apply it to machines as well. If they get inside of their circuitry, they can actually take over their equivalent of a consciousness if it is attached to a neutrinian, even if that machine has no physical body or organic components, or if they lack a traditional nervous system. As long as they have neutrinians or have a consciousness based in neutrinians, which the robots and AI in Halo do, they pretty much are fine. Like, the only way to get yourself removed is to completely deconstruct your entire body all the way down to the subatomic level and turn yourself into a pattern, which is effectively Halo's equivalent of a soul. And then surround that essence, the Forerunner essence, in essentially a Armiger armor that's intended to repel the Flood. So you basically have to completely atomize yourself and put your soul inside of another body in order to not get infected by the Flood. How does Sheev keep surviving against these guys? Well, Sheev is never really fighting the Flood at their full capabilities. Most of these things I'm talking about are things that come from like a late stage Flood. And the Flood's main problems are the fact that they're just like super, super resilient. They just don't die. But that's not like, even though Master Chief does deal with them all the time, like Master Chief never really kills the Flood. He just destroys the biomass that they control. Like, he doesn't actually destroy like the Flood precursor that is attached to it. He's never going to be able to kill them with his current weapons. Their real bodies exist beyond the traditional life and death state that most organisms are attached to in the universe. Most of those Star Road neurophysics stuff that I talked about is just like one application of it. Like the Gravemind, when it was fighting the Forerunners, it found a way to turn off slip space portals so that when the Forerunners jumped into slip space to jump across the galaxy to redirect their fleets to fight the Flood, it would just turn off their slip space technology so that when they jumped into other star systems, they just exploded, or they were sent to another universe and were obliterated immediately, or it just inverted gravity or did something to mess with the laws of physics so that they just stopped existing or ended up hitting themselves with their own projectiles. It basically made them these like Cthulhu god-like entities. But Master Chief never fought any Flood on that level. He never fought them during their like prime, or when they had access to precursor artifacts. No one in the series, other than the Forerunners, has ever had the pleasure of having to fight them at their peak or their zenith. Only ancient humanity and the Foreigners really had the chance to like combat them at that level. Yes, back to Ace Attorney. Alright guys, we gotta do something to make this trial last longer. There we go. Probably for the best, they never do. Well, to be fair, if you were ever given the ability to visually see what the Forerunner War would look like, it is mainly the Forerunners fighting Flood ships, and then later in the war, it is the Flood basically taking control of entire sectors of space, and essentially just basically committing 5D chess on the Forerunners. Like they essentially became so intelligent they outmaneuvered their greatest tacticians and their generals. They were able to beat them in every single logistical battle because the Flood wasn't just like, they didn't just have like more ships or weapons. They were just better at commanding those weapons and ships because they became so intelligent. They were greater than the greatest military minds the Forerunners had ever produced. They also convinced Mendicant Bias, which is the greatest AI the Forerunners have ever produced. It's basically the equivalent of like a monolith intelligence that's of a level that is several grades above the baseline intelligence for AIs. And those AIs are already way beyond the UNSC AIs, which themselves already have processing powers that allow them to like really stupid processing speeds. Like they have MFTL processing speeds. They can basically calculate the exact formula they need to recreate the conditions of our physical universe. I think 34 quadrillion times a second. They can calculate slip space vectors in 11 dimensions. They can basically perceive all of reality around us in nanoseconds, if not picoseconds. That it's actually been stated by the AIs that humanity has created, the smart AIs, that they basically live in eternity in the time it takes for you to beat your heart once. Like, they perceive time extremely differently from you. It's not Like, a lot of people think that's relative to Cortana. Cortana's not actually the one that has, like, most of the feats. She's actually only a 3rd generation AI. We have even more, like, sillier feats from, like, the 4th gen AIs and the 5th gen AIs. And we have examples of 4th gen AIs that basically got trapped by monitor spheres, which are, like, the bottom of the Forerunner AIs. And they basically tell us that, like, the human AIs are like the bottom of the barrel. Like, yeah, they're intelligent and they're like sophisticated, but they're more like a base ancilla. Like, they're not comparable to the higher AI functions and technology. And Mendicant Bias is like an uber echelon class AI that's intended to have like ultimate processing power. Like, that guy can basically run an entire planet, if not like multiple planets at the same time. He's effectively the God Machine. And the Flood spent about like 40 years having a conversation trying to convince him that the Forerunners betrayed their the precursors, their masters. And they successfully convinced Mendicant Bias that the Flood were not only the correct way to go, but they were the logical rulers to the universe, because the Forerunners stole everything from them and murdered them in cold blood. So yes, the precursors basically used the logic blade on the most brilliant intelligence Halo's universe has ever produced. Although it did take a little bit longer with Mendicant Bias, because he's like far, far more intelligent. I think the more intelligent and more comprehensive and more control you have over your intellect, the less effective the logic plague is. It also depends on how extensive your technology is, which for Mendicant Bias it was pretty crazy. But it still worked in the end. They can also interact with the components of what that AI is. So when Cortana was actually talking to the Gravemind actually slapped her in the story. You only get this, you only cover this event in, not in Halo 3, but in Halo Evolutions, which is the first anthology novel. Because there's a short story that explains Cortana's conversations with the Gravemind, and she actually explains that when she's talking to the Gravemind, like, she's trying to refute one of the things that he postures to her about, like, the Chief coming to save him, that he's gonna fail. And when he asks her about where Earth is, he hits her with one of his tentacles, and she's like, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. How did he hit me? I don't have a physical body. In fact, I don't have a body at all. I'm not an organic life form. And yet, when he touches her, she feels it. She actually, like, physically feels as if he bumped her head. And she's made purely out of data and raw information. That is primarily an example of how the logic blade can be used. It just allows you the ability to not just interact with and touch things that are not even physical, but as long as those things have consciousness, you basically have power over them, and you can also affect how they function. It's also explained in that novel, and is later explained in later novels by the Didact, because the Didact also has a lot of interactions with the Cortana in Epitaph. He actually explains that both of them were basically used and abused by the Gravemind. Both of them had the logic plague used on them. They were both sent out as, like, ticking time bombs to destroy the societies that they were. Both of us were basically used and tossed aside by him. Because effectively the logic plague just applies whenever you have any level of consciousness. And it's also indicated in that story that the Gravemind is also one of the reasons Cortana's rampancy was expedited. The reason she started getting really, really bad after Halo 4 wasn't just because she had been in that state for 8 years, though that did contribute to it. It was the fact that the Gravemind did a lot of damage to her processing unit with the logic plague, and that sped up her life expectancy. Because the way AIs are supposed to, like, work in Halo is that they have about 7 years of optimal capacity where they keep gaining knowledge, because their central processing units are based on a human brain, extrapolated into a data signature. So they essentially just keep expanding the root of their core processor, and they seek more and more and more and more and more knowledge. But think of it like a tree that's basically growing its roots, and it only has a limited amount of space that it can grow. That's usually capped at about 7 years. And once it hits that point, most AI start malfunctioning because they can't keep increasing the processing unit. It starts to cap off. And while they can keep gaining knowledge, it basically starts to cause lag, malfunctions, and like a bunch of other issues to the unit. That, according to the unit, according to what they feel, it feels to them like dementia, schizophrenia, and a bunch of other like mental disorders that humans have. That's what rampancy feels like to an actual AI, because they basically overprocess and they overthink a procedure, and they become paranoid until they literally think themselves to death. So the reason why AIs are supposed to be dispensated after 7 years is because humanity came to the realization that smart AIs will not be who they were, and they will not be the people that they are after 7 years. So it is cruel and unusual to let them live more than like 7 years, because they'll be shadows of their former selves, and they'll also be potentially like violent. So, yeah. Do you have any more questions about the Halos? I do need something to distract me from this case, because I am currently about to lose a case for the first time. And I'd like to focus on something other than my L's. Yeah, well, how would Dante even do against the Flood in their prime? Dante would do fine. Because the Flood, while the Flood do have extremely powerful abilities and things like the slip space at their disposal, Dante and the demon world overall, like, just don't really obey the laws of physics to begin with, and they're already stronger than them. So is slip space, to an extent, because slip space exists at about 11 dimensional space points in time, and it is capable of occupying an infinite or greater amount of space. But, like, that's not really, like, that impressive in the context of the demon world. It also doesn't have all the other feats that the demon world does with regard to manipulating physics, gravity, space, and time. So I would treat it more so as a subset of fourth dimensional capabilities and potency, which is not enough to, like, affect Dante. And even then, Dante can resist those things. So, like, even if you did manipulate the laws of physics, Dante could just ignore them entirely. So, like, throwing a Star Road at him wouldn't really do anything. Like, he can survive objects that have, like, that kind of mass, and he can also survive objects that are capable of deconstructing and, like, erasing things. So, not to mention he survived in, like, literal voids as well. So, like, it's not... There's nothing that Slip Space brings to the table that would be particularly crazy. As far as the Logic Plague, I don't even know if we could argue the logic plague would work on Dante because he probably doesn't have conventional neutrinians. Because, like, neutrinians are something that exists within most, they exist within most physical universes in reality. They exist in our reality, obviously. They're one of the core nucleus elements of a neutron. And, this is explained largely in the Forerunner trilogy of books, that the reason why I bring up the neutrinians is that it's important to understand that, because this is what the Forerunners discovered after they had activated the rings when they test fired them. Well, it was more so Faber that did it, the head of the Builders, because he basically came to the conclusion that when he fired the Halo rings into one of the solar systems, because you can actually test fire the ring on a smaller scale, it doesn't have to affect the entire galaxy. You can tune it anywhere from like 0 to 25,000 light years. So he just activated it locally in a solar system to test what it did, and he came to the conclusion it obliterates neutrinians. So the reason, like, it can't kill the Flood, but what it does is it kills the core, like, consciousness component that the Flood needs. Without that, the Flood can't connect to you. Like, think of it like a USB port. That's what a neutrinian is for a Flood. And they can connect into that, and they can take control of everything that is attached to that neutrinian. But they need the neutrinian there to do that. Without that, they don't have access. That's the main limitation they have. And I just don't think Dante has the same sort of core physiological components. Also, Dante has other, like, energies and other, like, forms of energy that run through his body that can flood out his cells, like demonic energy. And, not to mention that, but he also can resist forms of absorption, soul manipulation, other forms of body control, and paralysis and stuff. So, I don't think anything short of the Gravemind would be able to physically take him over, and even then, even if the Gravemind tried to do that, it would have to force its way into Dante's body, and I don't think it has the physical strength or power needed to actually do that. Nor does it have the potency and abilities. Rookie can kill the Flood, though. Samaj. Rookie's like one of the only characters that hasn't fought the Flood. You know, Samaj, if I had actually expected you to wank someone, I would have thought it would have been Sergeant Johnson. Because that's the main person that everybody wanks when they're not wanking Chief, is always Sergeant Johnson. And technically Sergeant Johnson's in ODST, and he has fought the Flood. So how you doing? Never knew the Flood was that OP. I knew it was a really powerful virus, but it's not like that. Well, that's because the Flood isn't a virus. So, you guys have assumed that the Flood is a virus, and Halo fans assume the Flood is a virus, because that's only what the games tell you. The games aren't responsible for creating the Flood lore. Bungie didn't really create it. It was 343 and Greg Bear that wrote the stories. So what they explained is that the gods of Halo, the beings that basically created and settled all of the galaxies in the physical universe, are the precursors. They're also responsible for doing this in other universes because they know about the domain, which contains the collective knowledge of like 100 billion years worth of information, which is more information than what exists in the current physical universe for all the length of time the physical universe has existed. And they know about this because they predate the physical universe. And they also claim that the Gravemind claimed he was going to outlive time in the physical universe. So, like, the precursors as a whole are like a super tier 0, like, sci-fi civilization. Like, they're intended to, like, shape galaxies and, like, universes. They're not, like, a normal sci-fi species. They're reality warpers. They're, like, basically cosmic entities. And they don't have a traditional physical form anymore. At least not normally. Like, the reason they exist as a virus is because a couple of precursors that were really, really, really angry at the Flood basically turned themselves into dust, and that dust got corroded, and then eventually that transformed into the Flood over time. But that's based on the idea that the dust is made up of their manifest desire to commit revenge against all organisms. The reason the Flood consumes you is not because it's hungry, it's because the Flood is angry. It hates that any organism in the universe has the capacity to rise up against the precursors. They're so angry because they hate the fact that the Forerunners, one of their signature species and one of their greatest creations, basically betrayed them and tried to wipe them out. Which, to be fair, that's perfectly justifiable, because the precursors also kind of admitted that they were going to wipe them out anyway, and that they've wiped out other species just like the Forerunners. So the Forerunners just preemptively found out about it and got the jump on them, because they didn't want to be genocided. But the fact still remains is that the Flood does it because it is their intent to carry out revenge against all organisms. Just like how you can kill the Didact. I'm dropping the mic. I didn't actually know you had a mic icon. That's kind of funny. The only thing I can think of continuing with the Flood are the Combine, but since they don't have any information, really. Rookie said no and bested him. Oh, really? True story. Yeah, the Flood was never a virus. That was a common misconception. It was never a virus, any more than the Blacklight virus was a fucking virus. It's just what they call it. It's just what the factions in the verse call it, because they don't have any other classification for how they can define it. But the organisms themselves that make that up, like the Flood themselves, don't call themselves a virus. They don't consider themselves a virus. They're an actual living consciousness that, like, exists. That's also not alive or dead for some reason. Because even when Cortana went to the domain and found the afterlife, and she came into contact with Warden Eternal, and she was trying to get admission into the domain, she explained that she's basically fought against the Flood. The domain, like, Warden Eternal tells them, like, the old life has no place here, as it exists beyond the cycle. Like, he tells her... Is she generating again? Oh. How about now? Is that better? Is that, That sound a little bit better? A little bit less funky? A little more smooth? From the Quantum Break, the Shattering Crisis couldn't stop a fully evolved Flood. I don't know entirely if they'd be able to survive the Quantum Break shenanigans, because the Shifters have the ability to, like, manipulate the laws of the universe. So, like, if they activated that on a Flood member, it probably would stop them in their tracks. I just don't know if a Shifter would have the ability to manipulate time on a large enough scale to affect all of the precursors at the same time. That's more so the issue, is that, like, there would never be a circumstance where the Flood would be stupid enough to let all of their biomass be in one area. Can infect where there's no time. Well, it's more so the fact that I don't even think they'd be conscious when there's no time. But the thing is that they would be aware of when there'd be, like, time lag, though. Because as soon as you start time hopping them, they would realize that some of their biomass forms are perceiving time at the same time as others, and some of them are having delays. I'm just talking about the universe blowing up. Oh, well, I mean, if the universe blew up, that would destroy their biomass, but it wouldn't kill the Flood, because the Flood don't have a traditional physical form anymore. Again, they don't exist under, like, the laws of life and death anymore. You're basically fighting a soul. That's what the Flood are. They're basically just an eldritch abomination soul that just, like, floats around and does shenanigans. It's kind of why, even though the Forerunners have actively tried to kill them multiple times by wiping them out with the Halo Rings, they couldn't kill the Flood. To be clear, the Halo Rings obliterate Neutrinians. they obliterate the basic component for consciousness across their entire radius, and it's capable of completely wiping out any biomass attached to it, destroying the body, and it can even obliterate the soul. Because in Epitaph, we're actually told that the Forerunner caste, known as the Harapisses, the Forerunner rate that's responsible for connecting to the domain, like the millions of people in the Forerunners that were working on the domain, when they were inside of the domain, not only did their bodies get obliterated, so did their souls. They got wiped out of existence. The domain had to reconstruct their souls into a collective form, and that became Warden Eternal. That's who Warden Eternal from Halo 5 is. He's the collective consciousness of the Harapisses and their destroyed souls. To be clear, the Flood got hit by a galaxy-wide nuke that can completely erase you from, like, every level of the physical universe, and it did nothing to them. Like, all it did was kill their biomass. Like, they weren't even remotely affected by it. Like, if that didn't kill them, I don't know what blowing up the universe will. Because keep in mind, firing the Halo rings damaged the domain. It damaged the domain, but it didn't affect the Flood. Alright, then how would Ichigo handle it? I don't know, actually. I mean, well, okay, they could probably get into his physical body, but I don't know if they'd be able to touch him as a Shinigami. They'd have to rewrite some laws and some shit. That's assuming they could even see him. I see what Ichigo was brought in. What could fight the Flood outside Half-Life's Combine? I think under a certain hypothetical circumstance, the Blacklight could, if it evolved enough. But you would need to give the Blacklight certain conditions to get there. Like, the Blacklight could, because the Blacklight would just be able to evolve enough to where it could understand the components of, like, non-physical objects. And it might not take that long, but you'd have to expose the Blacklight to some pretty heavy amount of, like, technology and evolved beings. Especially beings that don't have a soul. So you'd have to throw the Blacklight into a bunch of other scenarios, have it absorb those people, take that biomass and components, and then come back and start fighting the Flood. Also, I'm not entirely sure how, like, the Flood interacting with the Blacklight would even work after that point, because I also am not sure how consciousness is produced in the Blacklight organisms, since they're technically necrotic tissue. They're not really alive. The Flood versus the Prototype virus from Prototype. Well, I guess I was just done talking about that. I've kind of said before that, like, they don't, like, if we're talking like Alex Mercer or, what's his face? The dude, James Heller. Alex Mercer or James Heller, like Mercer and Heller both basically have the same virus. Pretty much the same strand of it too. There's not really a lot the base level infection for the Flood can do, or like proto-Gravemind Floods and even like regular Gravemind Floods can do to actually infect Mercer, because his body isn't like a traditional like thing. He's an organism that can completely restructure his entire molecular structure all the way from the ground up. You can't really like mess with it. And the Blacklight also seems to operate at the atomic level and the subatomic level, because it can affect the EMF spectrum, and it can also cause like massive vibrations at the subatomic level throughout underground when it moves. So it's not really like a normal organism that the Flood would be able to consume. Like most large-scale cosmic biological horrors like the Tyranids and stuff like that, the Flood can easily fight because all of those things have to be connected to consciousness somehow. The same goes for like various machine-like entities. But the problem with the Blacklight is the Blacklight isn't really alive. Traditionally. Like, when the Flood infects dead humans, it doesn't really, like, infect their consciousness. It just, like, absorbs the biomass that they have and then, like, uses it and takes over their body. But it's not actually possessing that person's consciousness because that person's died and has already moved on. And that only happens if they're still alive. But this wouldn't be the case for the prototype because the prototype isn't really like a living person. Not even a living organism. If they tried turning the domain off, you can't turn off the Akashic records. That's not how that works. The domain isn't just a quantum storage facility. That's what Dr. Halsey thinks it is. It is the complete informational database of the entire universe and everything that will ever happen in the universe. It's the Akashic records. It is basically the complete and total physical record of everything that will happen, has happened, and is currently happening in the universe. It is the afterlife as well. It is where patterns and essences go when they pass on to the next world. It is the place that the Covenant talked about when they spoke of the Great Journey. It is the transcendental realm that they were referring to. Sigma virus versus the Flood, would that work? I don't know what the Sigma virus is. I'm gonna eject right now. Oh boy. Oh no, my batteries are turning low. Hold up. The Sigma virus is from Megamind and affects machines and stuff like that. Oh, nice. I don't know anything about that though. So I wouldn't be able to comment on its effectiveness. Oh boy. These two are total theater drama dorks. Burial, dead. Oh, the criminal want this little wooden bear? Boy. Oh. And now we're gonna have a recess. Oh my god. Gumshoe's gonna be like, where did you get this information to find Maya? It's like, oh, you know, I was talking to her older sister, who is currently dead, and her soul is possessing the body of her cousin, which has been aged up in order to give the proper conversation skills. I don't know. That's my source of information. Alright guys, this will be the end of this game, for sure. Just keep asking whatever questions you want to ask. I'm just gonna keep going. What is the Among Us scaling? Never happening. Scum. That is a piece of evidence he's messing around with. What a Neanderthal. Hmm. Well, being implicated in someone's suicide is definitely, definitely not information that you would want to have public if you wanted a refreshing, like a spring breeze reputation. Oh my god, this controller battery is low too? Even is real, like, it's crazy. Maybe, hold up. Well, while Wright's slowly getting destroyed in the courtroom, I need to figure out where I'm going to get more batteries. Well, as soon as this controller turns off, I'll just find some extra ones. We'll just go as long as we can until then. I hate Matt. Yeah, he's kind of hateable. I didn't really like him as a character even when I saw him the first time because it was very clear that he was supposed to be shifty. I don't think he was ever intended to be a trustworthy person because there was nothing about what he was presented as at the very beginning that made that whole scenario look right. Hmm. Man, I'm really just delaying as much as I can. Man, they're really dragging this out for the press. Right, what is it, Maya? What else we gotta do? Or Mia? Any of you into Guilty Gear? I do not play Guilty Gear. But I did play like, I think like an hour of Strive. Not enough to have an opinion on it. That new Melee thing looks cool. Smash Melee. Smash Melee is not new. What in the world? Yeah, Balrog's into it. Well, we're just gonna go straight through everything in the court record then. There's an online thing for it. Yeah, there is, but that's kind of been a thing for a while. I wouldn't suggest getting into Melee if you like really good fighting games. I would not suggest it, as Melee is a frame-perfect fighting game, and it's mostly unfinished. It's very, very, not buggy, but like clunky and weird. Guilty Gear, I remember a bit of Rev 2 and Strive, and I know the lore. The MC4 is frame perfect tech. Yeah, no. Samaj, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying there isn't frame perfect inputs. I'm saying everything in the game is frame perfect. As in, if you try to throw out an 8-frame move, you have to touch the move on the 8th frame to do it correctly, to optimize it. So it leads to a ton of your moves being delayed or coming out sooner or later than they were supposed to. So like the entire game has just doesn't really like work optimally. Like, it's one thing to have a character or a mechanic designed with a set amount of inputs and then have frame perfect inputs of those inputs. Like a good example that I use is Lee Chalong from Tekken 8, or like from the Tekken series, because he has his just inputs where he'll do his move and then he'll do a frame input, a frame perfect version of that thing, and it will come out faster and then have like extra knockback damage and it will be safer. I'm used to clunky tech, yeah. Well, it's not that it's clunky. Also, DMC doesn't really have clunky tech. It has obscure tech, but it's not clunky. Like the movement in DMC 4 and DMC 5 and the reboot and stuff like that tech isn't like bad for movements. It's just kind of obscure and like not really necessary. Whereas like the tech in Melee is needed for the game and it's poorly optimized. So the difference with like fours is that you don't have to learn fours tech, you can choose to do it, and if you do learn it, it's not that bad. It's niche, but it isn't like, it doesn't feel bad to use. Melee's feels very, 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 very bad to learn. Also, I love how this thing is supposed to be out of battery, and it's giving me like another 20 minutes of battery. I came back to the game because I remember the original reason I came to it. That's pretty nice. It's always good to find a reason for you to come back to something. Edgeworth, you have to be running out of evidence at this point. Like, come on. Best fighting game in your opinion? Oh, best fighting game in my opinion. 4 is the one that I not only felt to be the most enjoyable, but was objectively the best designed, really well balanced, because every mechanic in the game worked effectively. It wasn't infuriating and had like a lot of really silly demand to it. Probably Blaze Blue Continuum Shift, I'd say. Oh, I found it. I mean, I found something so stupid. I mean, it just me levels of stupid. I found How Strong with Master Chief being Genshin Impact. I mean, is it really that stupid? Because I don't know anything about Genshin Impact, so I don't know how powerful that verse is. Maybe I only came back to it because of a particularly obscure character. I remember the Guilty Gear being, of course, in Japan's world environment, tech, great designs and lore. I guess it was Venom Zato or Happy Chaos. Oh, okay. You guys are just talking about Guilty Gear characters who I know fuck all about. And it's an hour long. Oh my goodness. The broker thing. Oh boy. That'd be funny if that was actually true.
Sorry guys, I had to move, so I'm back here. Wrote it, she could frame Matt Evergard. Wait. Are we saying that the burden of proof now applies to these court cases? When previously we were just kind of like throwing caution to the wind? That seems a little bit silly. I mean, why start now? Listen. I'm all for the prosecution trying to prove everything that they have to prove. But if we're gonna pretend like Phoenix Wright has to prove everything for everyone in this world, then I don't want to stop anytime soon. Section from a manga Guilty Gear made in 2003. It's a nice choice, Blaze the rules. So there was a manga made in 2003. Its protagonist made its debut. He happens to be an OP, like Soul Bad guy. You know, as Kai Kisuke as well. Oh, nice. I just threw the phone across the courtroom. Oh my god. Edgeworth like, bro. I've decided to pull something out of my ass. Great. Oh god, this trial is still going on. So the suicide note was a fake. I see. So Wright was actually onto something. That's humorous. I really wonder what I'm actually, what I'll need to present to prove this guy is. That's not really. Oh, you guys are still talking about guilty gear? Okay. And carry on. I'm trying to figure out how to defend my client who is guilty of murder. There's too much evidence in these cases. Who's messaging me? my computer up so I can read what you guys are saying. Saw some of the video. His man barely went into chief strike. He was like, "Oh, he could lift cars and tanks, so he didn't budge from a frigate flying under him." What? I mean, like, you talking about when Master Chief was in space during Halo 2? Because that's not really a feat. What the fuck is with everyone trying to use his feats from the first 3 games like those matter? The feats in the next 3 games are way better than any of the feats he did in the first 3. Wait, come on, there's gotta be something. The bear? Alright, we're back. We're rocking and rolling. Why does it say A/attorney? Hold up. Let me change that title. It should say Ace Attorney. Not A/attorney / Mass Effect. What in the hell is this heresy? There we go. All right.
Okay. Okay, well, we're getting to the bottom of this. I'm cross-examining a radio. Great. I was deceived by a professional assassin. Who would have seen this coming? Yeah, I know. Who would have?
But I guess the guy that murders people for a living might not be the most honest person. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna save because it seems like we're at the turning point. There is so much ass pulling going on in this courtroom. It's like, I've already won the case. No, it's not enough. Needs to be rock solid.
It's this one. That's not what the situation is from all times. Maybe it's this one. I don't know which of these I'm supposed to go with. I wonder if I could present a piece of evidence. Let me see.
Oh, we're gonna use this as an excuse to interrogate the actual killer, and then figure out how he killed Juan.
Man, this is like the longest case.
Ooh.
Oh wow, that's interesting. They changed the color there. I'm gonna raise an objection.
Oh, he doesn't know Adrian is a woman.
Well, technically, Adrian is like, yeah, no, that's a name that could be on a man. That's not specifically a feminine name. Actually, if you heard the name Adrian Andrews, you wouldn't assume that's the name of a girl. You would assume that's a dude's name.
If my testimony's so rock solid, I can break radius.
That also means he just lied.
Well, it's kind of androgynous, but it definitely sounds male at the beginning. Well, no one stated her gender, to be fair, because there was never a time when anyone had to bring up the fact that she was a woman. It wasn't relevant to the case. But that really makes me wonder if he was actually paying attention to the case. Then again, that's all dependent on the amount of footage that he would have had available to the courtroom.
Oh boy. Okay, we're at the very end here. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so I can't pressure Shelly the Killer because if I do, he's gonna cut the connection on his end and then he'll just kill Maya. But if I make it seem like it's part of the court case, he'll have no excuse to cut the connection. give the bear to her, or he gave the bear to Adrian Andrews, and she told him to take the bear and wait for her. She gave him the bear and told him to wait for her at the Ingard mansion. Well, that didn't work. Oh, wait, that's right. Oh boy. I mean, we can remedy her being charged with murder later.
feel like Andrews is the one you should use because we can always save her later and then just get rid of Shelly to kill her. Yeah, we can just declare a mistrial and then get him another one.
Objection!
Oh. Just fucking whipped me. Oh yeah, they did try to kill, Shelly the Killer did try to kill Francesca during the case. I believe he shot her. Okay, so I either have to convince the real murderer to wish to be punished, or to convince the other person to give up their hostage.
What the hell is she even talking about?
Objection! Objection! Take that! Take that!
Oh shit. Is that how the game ends? Oh boy. Wait, no, I didn't mean to.
Objection!
That was wild. You know, I'm not gonna let it end like that.
Take that! Take that!
Okay, what is the piece of fucking evidence that am I gonna have to look up this thing every single time? Oh my god. Oh, there's only one path you can take.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh shit. So you can literally send him after the. Oh, that's actually crazy. I didn't know how to actually implicate him, but that man is very good at what he does. Oh my god. That's actually what I'm gonna try both of these. You literally put him in a situation where if he's guilty, he goes to jail. If he's not guilty, he goes on the streets and goes free, and he gets hunted down by a professional assassin. Oh man. That is quite the way to end the case. I think that might be my favorite case. Well, okay, no, this is definitely not my favorite case because I think the pacing is drawn out like way too long. It is a great conclusion. It's very satisfying at the end, and there's a lot of twists and turns. But I definitely think the first game had a better ending case. And just because this one takes way too long. It's like a 7-hour case. Let's have him plead guilty first. Actually, wait, now. Given that this is probably going to go the proper route, I'll go not guilty. Please be sure to savor every moment of what little time you have left. They're sending this man to his death. Oh, so if you try to select not guilty, he'll just admit that he's guilty. He'll just confess guilt. He'd rather go to prison than die. Full course meal of whip leather. Well, to be fair, that guy basically ruined her life and killed everyone in it that was important. So I don't blame her for framing him for a crime. Drove her to near suicide and drove her teacher to suicide. And was also a genuine psychopath. I mean, I only literally lost this case because I had to. And technically, if I did win the case, even when I got a no guilty verdict, my client just decided, oh, I'd admit guilt.
Objection!
Avon Karma is someone that's designed to be perfect. Isn't that what your father said before he fucking lost to me? Father was a failure.
Oh, it's Maya. Hasn't she been starved of food for like several days? Shouldn't she be in the hospital right now? Well, it was actually less that the fact that I rescued her and more like I just convinced her kidnapper that he should not have her in her possession and he just let her go willingly. Well, actually, I just convinced him, hey, there's no point to even having her. And he's like, why is that? It's like, well, because the client that you're trying to protect, which is the whole reason you kidnapped her in the first place, has betrayed you. He's like, huh, you know, that you make a good point there. I'm gonna let her go then. Which is really funny. Yeah, I gotta say, the stuff that Phoenix can pull out of his butt is kind of wild.
Objection!
Alright. I think I finally finished it. And how long did it take me? It's taken me 4.5 hours to finish this. Granted, I've had some like delays here and there, so probably like 30 to 40 minutes of that, maybe more. It's just me yapping about random stuff. But like, God. Good game, but it's time, that's for sure. I definitely think Phoenix Wright 1 is probably a little bit better of a game than Justice for All. Has better music and everything. But you know, I still very much appreciate it. I'm interested in seeing what the third game brings to the table, Trials and Tribulations. I guess that's the last of the characters. Man, this is lasting quite lengthy. I'm assuming she's leaving America then. Wait, so she's just taking a piece of evidence? I mean, technically we didn't need that piece of evidence. Oh, is that what it was? No, let me see. Oh, you can even start at different points of the day, so that's actually really nice. Yeah, the three main episodes in this game were a lot longer than the first one. Most of these only went to day 3. Actually, some of them went to the final day. Rise from the Ashes and Turnabout Goodbyes were kind of crazy. Okay, so 2 of them are short. Episode 4 and 1 are short, but it's probably at least as big a game as Justice for All. Yeah, I've actually streamed for like a little bit too long. I know I wanted to do Mass Effect. I know I said it would, but like I thought this trial would take me like 30 minutes to an hour. It took me 4.5 hours to finish this because the last trial took like way too long. So I think next time I'm probably gonna do some streaming for like Mass Effect or more Space Marine or whatever. But I'm definitely not gonna be doing Ace Attorney, I think, anymore on stream. At least not the main Ace Attorney collection. Like once I'm done with that, I think I'll go to the sequel collection and we'll try that one. But like it just Justice for All's last case just took too long, and based on what Trials and Tribulation says, it would most likely take way too long as well. Like we'd be talking like multi-hour like case times, because there's too many pieces of evidence, there's too much cross-examination that has to happen, and there's too many methodical decisions that have to be made, and the punishments for messing them up are also cost like too much of my resource. So I would have to retry so many times it would still take me hours, and that's just not practical for my streams, because I usually want my streams to last anywhere from like 4 hours to sometimes at most like 6 or more if I'm having a time. And I've streamed for like 4.5 at this point, and we've only been on one game. But there was like no point where I could have stopped. So I think for the foreseeable future, I'm probably not gonna play Ace Attorney just because it's taking too long. I think the sequel series maybe, because I do have those. I do own those. And I'll see if those ones have the same thing. Same level of like detail, same time length, same level of evidence, etc., etc. And then once I get a feel for it, we'll determine if that one can be streamed repeatedly. Overall, though, I expect next time we're probably going to be doing Mass Effect, specifically Mass Effect 3, and some Space Marine. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. Anyway, this was fun. I enjoyed it. I'll see you guys next Friday.